Hello, everybody. Great to see you. Good morning for me here in San Diego. Different times all around the world. Um, I really look forward to our 3 days together. Great to see you all. You know, one of the things that immediately touches me is in seeing what 8, 7, 5, 8. I have 56 screens on my TV. And I see people from all over the world. That is so cool. That is just really so beautiful. So CM3, Creative Mind 3, this module is dedicated to the human use of yourself, deeper than and more importantly than the technique that you're using upstairs. And it's really such an integral part, I think, of any generative approach. I'm really happy to have 3 days to devote to it. So in CM1, which of course was just 1 day, we gave this overview of Creative Mind as this universe of creative interconnectedness. And we talked about how that interconnectedness flows through these different evolutionary levels: spirit, nature, collective mind, individual mind, integral mind, and extends outward into community of mind, and then opens into these creative performance systems that we use to create some sort of intentional reality. In CM2, we looked more at the structural piece of the core 7 steps of the model, or the 7 essential pieces of some sort of generative creative conversation, and talked about how to do that as a sequence. And in many ways, that's a little closer to the sort of traditional way of thinking about working with people. But now in CM3, we move towards this more interpersonal, relational sort of process in which every moment is different. You never know what's going to happen the next moment. So you really need to deeply open and connect every cell in your being, every connection in your consciousness to the people that you're working with, and be able to link up in a sort of this unconscious attunement, just like musicians or athletes or anybody who's doing creative performance. Their first connection is more with a relational field. Now, I like sports, and some of you have heard me say that it's always interesting before the big game. The announcer, who thinks that everything is coming from upstairs, says to the athlete, "This is the biggest game of your life. What are you thinking?" And every athlete to a person says, "Not much. I'm just trying to relax. I'm trying to relax." And, they got their headphones on and they say, we're prepared, but now's the time to relax. And hopefully I'll get into rhythm with my teammates and don't try to force the game. And if we can do that, maybe we'll get lucky. Okay? And they say, "Okay, Bob, back to you." And I think that's a very telling sort of statement about what we're going to be talking about in terms of the human use of self, these 2 fundamentally different levels of creative consciousness. And they're organized differently, extraordinarily differently. The type of brain, mind, body consciousness that you're using to create them and experience them are fundamentally different. But what we need to do to be able to have any sort of sustainable good generativity is have an integrated use of them. Neither of them in and of themselves will really allow you to have any sort of sustainable generativity. And just as a, as a preview, we're talking about this underlying system of what we might call chi-based field flow, where nothing is fixed. These are fields that I think are organized more around holonomic and integral sort of information energy patterns, which means that things are not like a photograph, or they're not spatial, or they're not temporal. And in that swirling sort of field, it's both empty, but it's full of the history of consciousness. It's full of spirit, what Gebser called the ever-present origin. It's full of the history of the physical universe. It's filled with collective consciousness and the history of human community. It's filled with all the individual consciousness, including your own. It's filled with the yet to be realized integral communion that we're being called to create. Those are all part of an unbroken unity of this chi field. Is that great or what? But from that, we don't really actualize anything. We need this second level that is really more muscle-based, in which we usually, from an individual, from just a part of the system, we create some sort of map, and then we act with muscles to try to enact that map in some way. And again, what I'll be emphasizing the whole 3 days is the flow states, and there are many different names for this that people talk about, these sort of especially creative states, that the more you practice in a certain way, the more likely they may be available to you, although you can never predict, you can't force it. But those creative states really require this connection to both worlds at the same time. And, one of the basic points of creative mind is that we've evolved or devolved up to this point where we're so isolated into ego power and a one-sided, very, very small, heady sort of reality, that we're chronically dissociated from that deeper, wider chi field. And as long as we're dissociated from that, no healing can happen, no generativity can happen, no transformation can happen. And I'll be talking about that in more detail about what that means. But that's a little bit of an overview about what I'd like to explore with you in our 3 days here. And the poem is a brief but beautiful poem by Jane Hirshfield, who's one of our really great contemporary American poets. Jane is a MacArthur Fellow. I've never met a MacArthur Fellow who wasn't really, really interesting. And her specialty is translating female Japanese haiku poets. And I got to know her from reading some books about translation that she wrote called The 9 Gates of Poetry, which really very, very interesting to me. And she's also a really good poet in her own right. This poet you hear is very haiku-like. It's not a haiku, but it has that Japanese haiku flavor to it. And she's talking about really this underlying non-dual field. The Buddhists call it equanimity. Call it what you want, but please call it. Right? And this poem is called Late Prayer, a late prayer. She says, Tenderness does not choose its own uses. It goes out to everything equally, circling rabbit and hawk. Look, in the iron bucket, a single nail, a single ruby, all the heavens and all the hells. They rattle in the heart and they make one sound. They rattle in the heart and make one sound. So that's what I want to practically explore about how to use that as a ground that you can then bring in your technique and your methods, which are really, 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 really important. Without good technique and without good method, you can't really be sustainably generative. But we're saying that your method and your technique has to be deeply, deeply grounded and connected to this deeper generative human consciousness. All right, so let's go to the PowerPoints. We'll share the screen. And we'll go here. And we'll go here. And we'll go here. And we'll go here. There we go. Okay. So I just overviewed, in effect, this first page, talking about sustainable creativity. There's always these two very, very different levels. And the top level upstairs is really a learned skill and a learned practice. And you need to be continuing in your education every day of your life on your learned practice. There's no substitute for it. We know from outcome research and in psychotherapy, and I'm sure it's the same in coaching, that when you use a method competently, it will work about 60% of the time, right? And what's really interesting is that all methods work about the same. It's kind of a surprise to practitioners who think my method is so much better than the other people's, but they're not. All methods work better than nothing, and they work about 60% of the time. So that means about 40% of the time, if you're just following your method, no matter how competently you are using it, it won't work. And so that's when something is happening in the pattern that doesn't fit in terms of what the recipe or the map of the practitioner is saying is supposed to happen or should happen next. Okay. And these are the times when you need to really release your technique at least a little bit and be able to move back into that generative field that we're talking about as creative mind. So that's what we're going to be talking about here. And we say that what is blocking that is what we're calling crash. And those of you who have been, following the generative change work, hope you can see that crash has many, many, many different levels. It's like, oh, I'm in a state of an episodic crash, which means in this episode or in this particular time, or when I go into that situation, then my state degrades and I'm disconnected. But in many ways, the more insidious forms of crash are these sort of deeper, unconscious, sort of constant states of crash. Formal education will do it. Now, formal education for the vast majority of people is such a profound dissociative act. How you organize your body to pay attention and to learn. We have so many systemic crashes like racism and sexism and homophobia. Those are underlying crash states. So maybe the majority of us are walking around in a permanent crash state, right? And just want to give you a couple of references from more recent work. Probably many of you are familiar with the polyvagal theory and therapies that have developed in the last 10 years by a guy named Stephen Porges. And you may know that the vagal nerve, vagal is the same root as vagrant, so it means the wandering nerve, is 3 meters long, by far the longest and widest nerve in the body. And it starts in the first brain in the belly, and it winds its way through 90% of the pathways of this vagal nerve go from bottom to top. So they go and they touch every organ in your body. 3 meters from here to here, 3 meters. That's a lot of vagrancy. And they are really carrying messages about well-being or dissociation. Traditionally, it was thought that there was one vagal nerve, and that vagal nerve basically had what they called a sympathetic and a parasympathetic side, 2 complementary sides. And when you needed to get excited, when you needed like action and arousal, the sympathetic system activated, heartbeat, increasing muscle tonus, increasing so forth. And when it was time to relax, like after digestion or after eating or when you're resting or sleeping, then it was thought that the parasympathetic system activated, and that was all about rest. The polyvagal theory shows something quite different. And polyvagal means there's not just one vagal nerve, there's 3 of them. And what he talks about is that these are the basic pathways that mobilize consciousness for connection with the world. And they have 3 levels to them. You could go from top down or bottom up. We'll go from top down. In an ordinary open state, you have upstairs your cognitive mind, social mind, connecting with the world and having this sort of social exchange. Hey, how are you? How you doing? Let's do this. What do you think about that? So forth and so on. That is ordinary social engagement. If something happens and you feel threatened, the middle level activates, and the middle level is all about fight or flight. So you withdraw a little bit, get a little anxious, get a little scared, or you get a little bit more aggressive. You know, you challenge the person, you get angry at the person. But those fight or flight, you're still basically present in the system. If fight or flight doesn't work and the threat increases, the system goes into a shutdown and it moves to this 3rd level, which is immobilization and dissociation. Okay? We know from studies in trauma that if you want to develop PTSD, if you want a trauma to stay in the nervous system of a laboratory animal, a little sadistic tradition here, but you have to have 2 conditions. You have to induce extreme fear, and second, you have to immobilize the rat's body. You have to freeze it. It can't move. If it runs away or if it fights, they say that activates the metabolization of the consciousness, and it's allowed to process through so it doesn't get locked in the body. But if you get frozen, if you're deer in the headlights, if you can't run or you can't fight back, then what polyvagal theory is saying is that the system goes to a pre-mammal, more reptilian shutdown. And again, you're in dissociation or complete shutdown, right? Now, the interesting thing to add to that is when we look at people who are suffering from significant chronic trauma or PTSD, we see that that dissociation system can get sort of permanently set so that they walk around, most of their life in that dissociated state. Okay? And that means that upstairs actually is standing in a ground where everything in that field says life is unsafe. The next disaster is waiting to happen. You have no place here. You do not belong. You are not welcome. Do you know anybody like that? Do you know those states in yourself? Okay. The important thing about the polyvagal theory and what Porges had coined a term he calls this way of experiencing these three levels is what he calls neuroception. Ception like inception, reception, neuroception, because he says this is a totally unconscious process, even though it's the base, it's the field that determines virtually everything. It's not in your conscious cognitive awareness at all. So I'm mentioning that at the outset because often we think people are not able to achieve their goals because they don't have the right mousetrap set upstairs. Because if you just would improve, you get your NLP techniques and you just reorganize a little bit, then they should have a winning formula and live happily ever after. But we all know in ourselves and in others, there's a lot of times where no technique works for very long. We have more like the Greek guy Sisyphus who pushed the boulder up the hill. And each time he thought, I'm going to get it this time. And then the boulder rolls down on him. So we all know states like this. And so it's really important that we appreciate that in these long-standing issues of suffering, it's not an upstairs patterning that's primarily in play. It's the downstairs field. Now we especially can see this. The most obvious way we can see this is in our intimacy patterns. How many of you made promises that you weren't going to be like your parents? Yes, yes, yes. How many of you were aghast to discover, oh my God, I'm repeating the family patterns that I hated in my parents. Okay? Our intimacy patterns, our family maps are usually in the language of neuroception. They're not verbal, cognitive. Kids don't learn like that. You're in this deep emotional field. So that level, we really need to have in our primary awareness throughout the session. Furthermore, what I will be saying is you as the coach need to be grounded in that level. And that level has no fixed static structure to it. It's sort of feeling like the waves of human experience as they come through you uniquely each moment. And so you have to let it flow through yourself and realize that is your main source of information energy that you have to perceive, to track, to connect, and with some sort of integrity, be able to be with the person on their journey and to be a healer with them on that journey. You cannot do it from just upstairs. In fact, it is usually an act of violence. If you think, and this is one of the core ideas of creative mind, is that you think my mind up here, which is an isolated, individual, disconnected ego mind, basically should control the world. And what it is able to perceive and its representational maps are truth. My map is the territory. And if I try to use that to help a person heal something that is more primarily a sense of a darkness in that underlying field, from the family, from the culture, from racism, from trauma, from whatever, is that you are basically adding on to the trauma. So you're looking to get down and feel your personhood, and to realize your personhood is what connects you to your ancestors. Your humanness is what connects you to the history of consciousness. Your history, your humanness is what hooks you up to your partner so that you have a shared humanness. You have a sense that, yeah, at one level we're different, but at a deeper level, we're the same. We're sharing the human experience. And it's that shared, deeper human experience that is always the first step in any sort of sustainable transformation. Stated in another way, disconnection and isolation is the common characteristic of all persistent suffering. Let me repeat that. What we're usually looking at in our work is not suffering, it's not problems, it's that suffering that won't go away. So when somebody comes to see you, it's not that they just created a problem yesterday. It's like, well, it's the first time I had this problem, I better go see a coach. By the time they get to see you, they have been struggling with an issue, usually for years. Right? And no matter what they try to do upstairs, maybe get a little bit of change, and then it just rolls back to the same old. Right? So that persistent suffering represents isolation and disconnection. Isolation and disconnection of the person from their community, from their past, from their present, from their future. The other set of studies I want to briefly cite, there's been these really important meta-analyses of like 50 years of trauma research. And I may have mentioned, or you may already know, it's one of the interesting findings of those people who experience what is defined as significant trauma. And it's a pretty narrow definition, which includes physiological shock. That's a pretty narrow definition. And in terms of the United States population, 1 in 2 Americans experience at least one major trauma in the course of their life. And when you then look at those people who get traumatized, they get knocked down, and they will remember it probably for the rest of their life as the worst thing that ever happened to them. only 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 get knocked down and stay down. That's called PTSD. That's called post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay. That means that I get traumatized, and usually it means the trauma locks in my body. And so everything I do activates the trauma because it's being neuromuscularly locked. It's in this crash state as the core state in my body. So I can't sleep. I don't feel comfortable around people. I don't allow myself to make connection. I lose all interest in sensual things like food and play and music. I just want to withdraw. I have this terrible feeling, that sort of deep polyvagal feeling that I'm talking about. And human connection is not an option. So I turn to drugs and alcohol and, computers and all these sorts of addictions that I'll be talking about in the next couple of modules. These are all kept alive by social and somatic disconnection. So it's a little bit surprising to me that only 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 people who are severely traumatized keep PTSD. So that means 3 out of 4 people find their resilience. And again, they will remember it for the rest of their life. It's probably the worst thing that ever happened to them. They wouldn't want to wish it upon their enemy. But they got knocked down. Maybe it seemed like life was over, but they got back up. And what do they do? What do those people do that people who stay down don't do? And it's all about connection. If you look at the past, people who had good bonding experiences in childhood are significantly less likely to get PTSD. So if you've had a human connection of being held, of being loved, of being told you are so precious, then when you hit those bumps in the road, or that's much more than a bump in the road, but you hit those crevices, you have a reference structure. This is not me. I know from the love I've received from other people that this is not me. This is the experience. And so that allows me to recover. The amount of social connection that you have with friends, with family, is really significantly influential on whether you recover from a trauma. If your family is really close and they insist that you join them, and again, if it's like you're going to your nephew's football game and he scores a goal, I mean, it's hard to remain depressed when your nephew scores a goal at a soccer game and everybody's going nuts, right? For that moment, you are out of your depression and back into community. People who develop PTSD develop stories that this trauma ruined my life and I'll never be the same. So the stories that you carry about your trauma significantly influence your capacity to find reconnection and resilience. Your images about what the future holds for you. So this is just another dimension of saying connection is what releases suffering and what allows creative connection and growth. And conversely, when somebody is stuck, it means they're dissociated. One final example, just briefly, I think it can be very easily observed. Just notice when somebody who's anxious or depressed or they have some sort of problem, notice their nonverbal patterning as they talk about that problem. And I will guarantee you that you will not see a period of more than 7 or 8 seconds where they have sustained absorption. These are all pattern breaks, okay? Remember I was talking about rhythm, resonance, repetition. Those are what are part of what we call the orienting response that quiet the dominance of the upstairs doing mind and open the doorway into the downstairs non-doing field mind, okay? So people, when they're in a problem, make sure that they don't go into the field, go into the deeper field. Their belief is it will swallow me alive. If I surrender, if I relax, if I let go of my defenses, a fate worse than I can imagine will occur. All right. So how do you, as the coach, engage with such a person in such a state? Okay. Because in all chronic problems, you will see this disconnection of the upstairs social cognitive mind and this downstairs field mind that is connected. It's the unbroken connection to all of life. Okay. To do that, everything starts with you. So we're going to be talking about, in the human use of self, the first ethical principle. Whatever I invite the client to do, I do first myself. Whatever I'm asking my client to experience, I experience it first myself. This is not only a practical principle where I'm saying, hey, the water's fine, come on in and join me, but it allows me to model it, and they can start to feel it in the relational field. If they feel I'm just trying to control them and use my brilliant technique, they've been there, they've done that, they're sort of part of their system that has been conditioned to feel it's not safe, human beings are not safe, it is going to back off. Okay? So everything starts with you. And before we trust ourselves to think, to act, to speak to our clients, we need to make sure that we let go of our upstairs mind, come back to the deeper connection, feel our connection to all these different levels that we're talking about, and have that be the ground that we begin to move our thinking performer mind into. Now, that performance mind, like, oh, I've got the 7 steps, or I've got this technique, or I've got a timeline for you. It's basically sitting in this organic intelligence that is just shimmering and undulating. And every moment, even if you did nothing, it's changing. And everything you do in the most subtle way, the universe is responding to it. So if you're not in feedback with it, you can't do anything intelligent or organic. And that's what allows sustainable transformation. It's organic intelligence. Okay. All right, that's a little bit of a wrap. I want to start with exercise to give us all a feel for this. And what I'm going to ask is, Julian, are you there?
I am.
Okay. So I've asked my dear friend Julian here to receive therapy from 150 people. And Julian, we didn't talk about how you're going to pay for all this, but we figured 150 people, $200 an hour. But since it's what they'll give it for you to half price. Is that fair?
Sure, it's fair, yeah.
All right. So what we're gonna do on the first day in terms of exploring this human use of self, if we're gonna use something I think we talked about last time, is relational focusing. Focusing was a method developed by Eugene Genlin in which you're tracking the felt sense in the client's body. And so one of the key questions in focusing is, as you say that, or as you think that, or as you hear me say that, please take a few moments and notice, how does that touch your body, or how does that show up somatically for you? And then usually the invitation or the encouragement is to tune to that and follow that felt sense as your lead system to lead you to move forward in some sort of creative direction out into the world. That he called that focusing on felt sense. It's not an analytical focusing. It's more of this sort of peripheral somatic focusing in which you're feeling the subtle felt sense. There's no fixed static emotion in felt sense. It's more of this sort of subtle, ever-changing sort of information energy sense. All right, relational focusing is when the coach adds their felt sense to the conversation. And we'll be seeing this a lot. So I might say, I'm looking at Julian on the screen and I see him nodding his head and I can feel that as he nods his head, something swishes in my stomach. And it's sort of a warm feeling with a little bit of green in it. That's a felt sense. I'm not saying every felt sense is like a game changer, but you're sensing that in an ongoing way. And then on occasion, you're saying, that's really interesting, Julian. I just want to share with you that as you were talking or as you're saying that, I couldn't help but notice that in my belly, there was this warm feeling that had a little green in it. And I just wanted, FYI, just wanted to share that and make that part of the conversation. And then that opens up, I wonder what your body feels in response to that. And so we begin to have a conversation that's not my head talking to your head, but my head connecting somatically, sharing that and inviting the client to do the same. That's relational felt sense. What I'd like to do in this first exercise is to link it to some of our creative mind, which is, I'm going to ask Julian in just a moment to just start talking about some experience he's interested in doing something about. It could be a longing, it could be a goal, it could be a struggle he's having that he'd like to resolve, just anything that has some sort of emotional interest for him. And during that time, we're going to first set up a centering. So we're not listening here. We're not taking notes. We're not analyzing it. We're not saying, what do I do? What do I do? But we're using Julian's communication like music and feeling how it moves through our system. And for this, we're going to start with feeling ourselves as spirit, unbounded spirit. And so I am unbounded spirit. We'll do a little induction into that. And then listening is unbounded spirit to Julian talking. We'll just notice what we experienced there. And then after a minute or two, we'll pause and I'll share. And then maybe I'll ask, say, a team leader or something just to share and say, Julian, just want to share as you were talking about that. And I was listening from spirit, the image I got or the feeling I got. And just to put that in there, Julian breathes it in, makes that part of his conversational field. And then we go to the next one, we go to I am nature. And so I will be listening from I am the mountains, or I am the atmosphere, or I am the earth, or I am the river. And listening as I am the river, I will be opening to Julian's communication and seeing what that touches in me when I listen as the river. And then again, just say, I just want to share with you that as I was listening as river, what came up for me was this and this. And again, Julian, the speaker, is just breathing that in and seeing where that might take you. Maybe nowhere. A lot of times it's like, wow, that really opened up an interesting dimension and made it so much more of a rich conversational field, and then allowed a very different exploration of whatever that space was. Okay. So let's get Julian and me pinned together. And does that mean I need to turn off my PowerPoint?
I think we are pinned, Steve.
All right.
You're pinned.
All right. So I'd like to, so I'm going to have to change that. I'm on gallery to be able to just have Julian and I can see me. Can you guys see Julian and me?
Yes, Stephen. Yes.
But it's a small image next to the slide.
Oh, there we go. I got side by side with gallery. Do I have to pin him?
No.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, I just had it, Andre. I just had it, and now I don't.
I think you pinned the image of both of us side by side.
There we go. Okay, got it, Julian. Thanks. Okay, there we go. How's life in beautiful Hampstead Heath?
Life is good. Lots of rain, global warming. The weather's getting worse here. So
well, we've had our June gloom here. It's you see, you probably can notice there's no sun. We've had like overcast mornings for about 5 or 6 weeks. And, yeah.
And it's hot as well, isn't it?
No, it's not hot here.
Isn't it? No.
It's not. I mean, we don't really have severe humidity, so the sun has to be beating down for it to be hot.
Mm.
So shall we have our sip of tea and then become one with the universe?
Sounds great.
So there's 2 parts to the process, Julian. One is doing the coach creative mind connection for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. And sorry, I just lost Julian. There we go. Yeah. And I'm asking the whole community, inviting the whole community to be part of this process. So you'll be doing it silently, but it's a sort of a first movement through what we'll be doing today. So the first thing we need to do is shift from our dominant verbal mind to not only get down into that sort of open presence mind, But then for creative mind, we're going to attune to these 5 levels. And then after 6 or 7 minutes, Julian, ask you if you're okay to go to the next step. And then I'll just ask you almost like you're in psychoanalysis. You'll just be talking on, and I won't be saying anything verbally, but I'll be asking the whole group just to tune to one of those levels. So tune to I am nature. And then just be sensing from I am nature as you receive and open to Julian, and not just his words, of course, but everything else, what that touches in you. You're just interested in like a poem or like a piece of music, nothing hard, nothing locked. You're not trying to find the right answer. You're just seeing the different things that got touched. You feel them, you release them, you open back up. So shall we do this as a collaborative thing back and forth? Brother Julian?
Sure.
So how about I'll speak one sentence, you speak one sentence, and we'll do a co-induction into a coach state connected to the levels.
Sounds great. Sounds good.
So what should we do as a first step?
Take a deep breath.
Taking a deep breath. And just allow the mind to open to the field and to the space all around. See how far infinitely awareness expands to.
I can hear the bird song in the garden.
And I hear angels singing and laughing.
Wow. And so then I imagine the world with angels and the gold of, I don't know, spiritual light. And I feel peace in front of such a vast expanse.
Me too. And you may notice those 3 or 4 comments are more about field imagination. And so we're always thinking at some point, what would be a good balance point? And that's why I think in coming down to just mind, body center, present, here.
Mm.
Breathing. Open.
Mm. I can feel sensation just above my navel, and I'm curious about that.
I love it when you talk like that.
Makes me laugh and expands into my chest, and I feel tingling in my hands.
And when we smile together, it feels like a sun radiates from my heart brightly into the universe.
Mm. Yeah, it's a beautiful feeling and image.
So this would just be, again, a relational process. And we're always trying some version of this. We never want a strictly one-sided conversation. And Julian and I, given our elderly status, have been around the block a few times on this. And some people just, you need to take more time. But shall we go to the second part of this, Julian?
I'm happy to, yeah. I'm happy.
And so let's just start with a sense of the whole world of our individual mind. We've got the Steve consciousness, we've got the Julian consciousness. Just make room for that. Welcome. all the different dimensions of our individual life. And as we breathe that through our center of our one point, that's open to the collective consciousness, ancestors, communities. What do you think you might note about that, Julian?
I suddenly had my half German, half Jewish grandmother.
Mm,
I don't know why that's what came.
yeah,
Talented and complex.
yeah. And I found coming out of my heart my Irish grandfather.
Hmm. Steve, I'll have you know that I'm just as Irish as you are on my mother's side.
Great, great. And interestingly, I felt in the sort of the dim field around us, war. War, yeah, just a lot of warring armies.
Hmm.
And again, for each of these things, we're not trying to get carried away in the image.
Hmm.
We're just seeing how we can always just come back to open center and make room and breathe and keep them in just that ripple of open awareness, nothing static, nothing, we don't have to do anything, we have to run from it or change it. Just, wow, that's interesting.
I think my English ancestors are a little bit wary of your Irish ancestors because you've been known to comment on them. So I really was happy to tell you about my Irish ancestors so that we could be on the same side.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can shift even deeper to our identity as nature. And I feel breathing as a redwood tree. And you?
Human life is so short compared to my life as a tree.
And we're really just seeing if in creative mind, we can just become that tree, or become that rock, enter into that ocean, become the sky. For me, there's something really so profound about that. All these things I carry in my human mind about this has to happen or this by bar. It's like,
Sky, the trees, the birdsong. Breathing.
Sorry, Julian.
It's okay, breathing. Biosphere.
And we're inviting you all to open to your version of this experience. Now I know for me, as I do this, I can be listening and thinking just in this sort of beautiful blend of I am tree, I am river, I am ancestor, I'm Steve, I'm Julian. And they're just all sort of equally valid sparkles of the same jewel. What's your experience there, Julian?
When you said the sparkle of the same jewel, I went to spirit consciousness.
Oh, great. So you're you're sort of leading to that last, what we talk about in the work is ever-present origin, or non-time, non-space. Always hard to use words to sort of use a poetic image and point and then try to get out of the way. I'll meet you there.
Yeah. Feeling.
Wow. So I just want to point out from our creative mind method, we've done two things. We took a little time to collaboratively open a coach day. And then we collaboratively move through individual mind, collective mind, nature, spirit. And we're not thinking of them as like separate categories, but each is a different ingredient of the soup. And so that they're all there in the same field. And when we have them sort of sparkling and dancing, we can trust them in our organic intelligence to support whatever we're doing, as long as we are open in a balanced way. As we start to realize the whole universe wants to help us to awaken. Nice feeling, huh?
Beautiful feeling.
Yeah.
And relaxing, because little I doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So now what I'm going to ask is, Julian, you'll go into the client position and just talk about something where you feel a longing or an interest, something you really would like to be able to create some shift in. And you may start on one topic and find yourself actually talking about another topic. I do that a lot. So I'm just going to ask you to talk, and I'm going to ask me and ask the group, and you can obviously participate in the same level, even as you're talking as Julian, with Julian's ego interests. And we're gonna first start, coach. Ever-present origin. And then Julian, whenever you're ready, you can just begin to speak on, whatever issue you'd like to speak on. We'll just be feeling what gets touched in us. Okay.
What's hot for me at the moment is finding my voice, writing. I have something really important to say, and writing isn't my primary form of communication. I'm talking to a publisher, so there's some sense of not time pressure, timeliness. Just finding my spoken voice works really well. And the written voice is slightly different, needs to be slightly different.
Yeah.
And
so Julian, sorry, if you don't mind, I'm going to pause.
Yeah.
And as I pause, you just notice all that's happening with you. And I want to share, and let's see, Dan Oil, you're there, right?
Yes, I'm here still.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask you to also, I'm just going to briefly share with Julian, as I listen from spirit, what got touched in me. And then I'll ask you to share anything from your end.
Okay.
So Julian, I sort of felt like I was in a Star Trek episode. And I felt there was this pocket of some hidden part of the universe that was dark, that somehow we were trying to find. That was the image I got from just that initial. And Dan?
Yes, I start I started to feel like a deep round hole, and I was like a haze inside. I couldn't see much inside.
Yeah, awesome. And Julian, can we get Julian back on here? Thanks a lot, Dan. Can we get Julian back on? Did I can't see him. There we go. And Julian, just curious, as you heard me and Dan share those and anything else that was going on with you, your response.
Deep black hole, some part of the universe. I'm curious. I don't quite know how to relate to that. I quite like the image of Star Trek, going where no person has been before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Feel like
anything that you noticed inside of you and your imagination?
yeah, it's like something's waiting to be revealed. It's like well, I'll just say it. It's like to be a channel for something, waiting for that to be really clear. And there's that whole thing about staying in not knowing and staying in sort of ignorance, waiting and not being okay with that, being with the not okay with the not knowing.
Right. Just FYI, you know, as you say that, it sort of touches something resonant in my heart. Staying in the not knowing, and something in my chest sort of resonated to that. So just wanted to share that with you. So shall we go now? Let's just come back to center. So we're sort of opening into these spaces, and then we have this base of just a centered openness where we can release all thought, release all states, points of view, open presence. And coming back to your sense of, I really want to be writing something. I really want to be putting some new creative product or communication out. And now I'd like to invite us, the whole community, to just start tuning at the nature level. I noticed that when I sort of hear that go into my system, it's usually my voice is talking, but my system has got its own way. And it all of a sudden starts experiencing itself as medicine plants in South America. Maybe Dan primed that from his Argentinian, but they, you know, the sort of like the ayahuasca plants or something. I became the medicinal plants, and just invite you to tune to I am nature, and to see which dimension of nature comes forward in each moment. Might be fleeting, might be something deep. You never know what it's going to be the next moment. Just open. I'm nature.
Nature. First is it's like a horizon. There's blue sky, there's forest, there's a river.
And from that way of listening and being with and being in the conversation with Julian, I'll ask you to step back into talking as the Julian who feels on a threshold of some sort of new creative effort. And just go back to talking about that. You can be listening from nature, but really ask all of us not to be so much verbally analyzing, but listen from that place, that dimension of nature.
And you want me to talk about
Whatever else, just like you're in psychoanalysis.
Yeah.
You say, I want to write this book, but I'm having a little struggle with it. I feel I'm, whatever that, or if it shifts, that's okay too.
In some ways, it feels exciting. I've had other people read the introduction, and of course, I've had some really useful feedback, but some of the feedback isn't my voice. So then that really brings me to the question of what's my voice. And it's like being open to feedback and yet also integrating back into it's not even my voice, actually, to be quite honest. It's I want to be a voice for something larger. So it doesn't have to be Julian's voice. It has to be sort of zeitgeist voice or something like that. No, it doesn't have to be. It's allowing. So it's like allowing life to speak through me rather than me decide. It's like something like that.
Great. So we can pause again, and you can sort of center and just feel what that connects you with, making all the peripheral primary. And I couldn't help but notice in my sort of therapist self, each time that Julian talks about writing, some big shift happens in his throat. And so that's my individual therapist self, though. But his nature, I felt these medicine plants, and they're communicating that there's something that you've abandoned. And I saw an image of a big garden snake jumping out of my bushes, which I haven't seen garden snakes in my bushes, I think once before in 30 years here. So a snake jumping out. So I wonder what you notice.
Well, it's so interesting. When you said there's something you've abandoned, I immediately got the thought of my twin brother. And I'd thought about talking about that today. It's like there's a reconciliation going on between, he's dead. My dead twin brother died of a heroin overdose. And it's like he specialized in the dark and I specialized in the light. And of course, both of us are both, and there's some sort of reconciliation going on in me.
Great. So if we could just pause, and maybe I'll invite somebody else. Eva, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Any image or experience that you were touched by as nature that you just want to bring into the conversation?
Well, as I was listening, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay.
There you go.
As I was listening as nature, I found myself in sitting kind of like in a birthing position, as if I'm Mother Earth birthing. Mother Earth birthing.
Yeah, awesome. So we have the medicine plants, the snake, the brother who died of an overdose, the Mother Earth waiting to give birth. These are some of the presences that enter into our conversation. And maybe the majority of them will not become part of the main conversation, but we're always staying open because those presences usually bring the important new information that allows transformation. There's other things that are needed, but there's always something, we say in American English, out of left field, out of something beyond the dualities, beyond the expectation, kind of a coyote. And so this method is one way to do that. Julian, are you there? Okay, thanks, Ava.
I'm here.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
I was really, I took it as a blessing, the image of Mother Earth giving birth.
Yeah.
So.
Of course, the snake is, before, what was it, Deuteronomy, before these really macho guys turned the Garden of Eden into original sin.
Manhattan, yeah.
The serpent was really beautiful wisdom being. Wow, it feels lovely to kind of sit in this conversation with you.
I'm just reminded of in Tibetan Buddhism, the earth spirits are often the snake, or they come in the form of a snake.
Yeah.
There's a river close to my teacher's property where I saw snakes, and my teacher talked about earth spirits being there, and that's very powerful and touching.
Yeah. And I can't help but notice that as Julian says that, something in his chest sort of breathes in and then starts to settle down. And remember, I said that each time he approached the topic, I felt I could hear and feel that there was a constriction in the throat, like my voice really is blocked. And so what happens when I say that?
I feel a little vulnerable.
Yeah. So in a good way, a little on edge.
A little on edge.
Cool. So maybe that's a good time to just come back to center. To just appreciate, wow, I just opened myself. I opened my edge. And I sort of made that visible and vulnerable. And now I just come back. Feel my sense of support for that, my protection of it. Now all those images now are in our conversational flow for me.
Yeah.
So I feel so many images on the sort of the river, the sea, all around us.
I suppose the question is the snake the good guy or the bad guy? sort of question.
Yeah, well, maybe both, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, usually the edge is it's potentially both.
Yeah.
So we have to bring our connection to ourself fully. As the vulnerability obviously can hurt us terribly. But the vulnerability can allow our deepest subtle gifts.
Yeah.
And so it's always that process of how to feel the edge and how to feel the mothering of the fathering.
It's actually great to think about using my vulnerability more as in my voice, in the writing.
Yeah. And I imagine you all can see and feel Julian starting to settle down. And to me, that this would suggest in the session, we can begin to put a little bit more focus on the writing, because we've opened the context and the resources and some of the issues that need to be attended to. And then as the person settles, it's like, okay, from this place of connection, what do I feel called to do in my life right now? Okay, so Julian, if it's okay, I want to stop here. And hope that was helpful for you.
Yeah.
And we can all, you can all turn your cameras on, or maybe they're on. There we are. And you can turn your mics on. Any appreciation you want to send to Julian?
Thank you, Julian.
Thank you, Julian.
Thank you,
Julia. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Julian.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Great work.
Great sharing.
Julian.
That was lovely.
Julian.
Yeah. And thanks, Dan and Eva, for your sharing in the process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
All right.
pleasure.
So hopefully that gives you a first taste of what we're looking to do in this therapeutic use of the self. So you can see that there's some sort of coherent method here.
Please, everyone, turn off your microphones.
Yeah. So turn your mics back off if you don't mind. But the moment-to-moment sequence can never be determined by what's on the paper. You know, it's like, well, we're going in that direction. We need resources, but every moment it opens up something that needs a little balance or a little connection or a little bit amplification or a little bit of adjustment and so forth. You cannot do that unless you have your full human presence in the conversation. You need to feel it and sense it. Your somatic intelligence recognizes things 2 to 4 times faster than your head. Okay? Your somatic intelligence recognizes and has evaluation on something in 200 milliseconds. That's why for a creative performer, thinking about it consciously is the kiss of death. They know if they're playing music or they're doing sports or they're dancing, if they think in the middle of the performance, oh shit, what do I do? Or is this good or is this bad? is that the creative performance is over. Right? It has to, you have to give rise to this other somatically based, universe connected consciousness that is guiding everything in the most incredible way. And then on top of that, you've got your skill box, which is really, 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 really important. If you don't have a very developed, always in training, always being edited skill box, you might feel some things, but you'll never be able to creatively express it. Right? So that's what I want to explore with you in the weekend. All right, let us take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll have some Q&A, and then I'll do another demo. 10 minutes.
Turn off your microphones, please.
Okay, now, hi everybody, welcome back. So we've got about, I think 15 minutes for any conversation about what I've talked about today or anything related. So remember, you can push on the reactions, you put your hand up, and I'll just have Richard and Oksana select somebody. So anybody want to share or ask a question? Now is the time.
Okay, Anne-Marie, I see, although it doesn't, let me see, I better pin this.
Yeah, and Marie.
Well, it looks like Mr. Anne-Marie, perhaps. That's the first question.
Yes.
Oh, that's Anne-Marie. Marcel?
Yes, Anne-Marie, it's Philippe. It's because it's my wife.
Okay.
I'm B.
Okay.
Just a reaction, and at one time during the work, I feel I was an Harrison. It was funny.
You were what?
Harrison?
Erickson?
Harrison. No, it's a little like a porcupine, but a little
Hedgehog.
porcupine.
It's a hedgehog.
Yeah, hedgehog. Thank you, hedgehog. During the nature asking, and I was just want to say also that to Julian that the anagram of serpent it's present. I don't know if there is any interest for that. I have a question. When you share your internal experience as a coach,
yes,
and you offer to the client, does it take that image inside, or it just see what it is his own reaction or image to the presentation of your image?
Yeah, well, it's part of the conversation, and you have no interest at all in presenting it as the truth, or you would never want to think of truth in the singular. But you're thinking of the conversation as a way to hook up to a person's space, and they need some input outside of their own individual system. You know, sometimes you hear people say, oh, it should be all client-centered. No, it shouldn't, because people stay stuck when they stay isolated in their own box. So we need conversation to get some sort of input outside of your own box. So that's one of the things that a coach represents. Now, what we're trying to do is be fully present, not with our individual ego needs driving everything, but we're looking to be present as sort of with our universal humanness. So we're looking to attune first non-verbally, limbically, to hook up with the rhythm and the resonance of the system, to feel everything that it's saying, and then to open, as we did in that little process that with Julian, to what comes through me as I listen in an open-hearted way to you. And so then I share that, and I'm just noticing if it touches, what it touches, how it touches. I'd say, if you got 2 out of 10 of your feedbacks have any meaning at all, that's a pretty good day. But it doesn't have to, it's not like this is the answer and this is, the thing that is going to solve everything. You're just having a conversation, and you're trying to open the multi-dimensions of a creative conversation. So I hope that answers that, Philippe. Yes?
Yeah. Yes, partially. Maybe I don't express myself adequately. What I mean is, take an example. You see a serpent, a snake.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I am the client, do I take this image of a snake and really bring inside myself to feel what is going to happen?
You let it drop through and see if it touches anything.
Okay.
You know, it's just like they're just like these little poetic symbols that you're dropping through the circuitry.
Okay, thank you.
And as I say, the majority of them, they're just, oh, that's interesting, or that. But a few of them, they have a little bit more resonance. And it all depends on where you are in the conversation. So like in any natural conversation, the beginning, you're not really deep into anything. You don't want to get too deep too quickly. You're having a little exchange. And then, so like Julian said, oh, when you say that, it sort of touches something here. I noted that each time he talked about the book, there was something in his throat. And then he talked about his twin brother who was suicided and who carried the darkness. And these are all like different parts of the poem. And you're sort of sitting with them. You don't really know what's going to unfold, except you're looking for some of them as having what Jung called symbolic numinosity. A numen means that the symbol, a spirit is possessing the symbol. So when you connect to that particular image, it really resonates. It's got some spirit in it that's relevant, but it can never be a single image. Even if that single image was the most important, if you tried to deal with that image in isolation, it would not be an organic conversation. So you have to say, okay, that's a really hot one. And again, I think it's one of the things that happens when people have difficult emotions. There's usually a self-locking property. So when they feel that difficult emotion, everything closes down. And it's the only game in town. And they can't deal with it. So if you say, well, there's a difficult emotion, and hey, you remember your niece's birthday party that we had, and how about that connection, and that, how about that connection? If you're dealing with that difficult emotion in a conversational space that's got 9 or 10 other symbols in it, it has a profoundly different meaning, and your sense of self in relationship to it is profoundly different. So you're connecting. What happens with problems is we get locked in our bodies, and then we're thinking in this very, very narrow way about how to change it. And that's part of the problem. So we're looking to bring our human presence to resonantly hook up, and then use that resonance to slowly open a conversational space that's got many, many, many different experiential symbols. You know, so when you share, oh, as you were talking, I felt this, or when you were talking, I got the image of this. These are not interpretations. They're just talking about how your experiential symbolic system is responding in attunement with them. And that's what you're asking the client to do, because it's those circuits that carry the solutions when the client starts listening to them within their own body and their own relational field. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome. Who else?
It's Leah. Leah is the next.
Okay, Leah.
Hi.
Hi, Leah.
Hi.
Where are you from?
I'm from Berlin.
Berlin. Oh, in Berlin right now?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So I have a question about a client I had. He was suffering from PTS and chronically depressed. And when I was working with him in the sessions, in a safe way, he could, what you described as drop down and unlock. I don't have better words for it.
Yeah, that's good.
But then the difficulty was when between sessions or after sessions, he walked out, committed to continue working, but then he got lost, and it almost seemed like what he found was beautiful for him, but also scary because it might meant that he need to approach life differently. Or I don't know exactly what happened, but it was hard for me to keep him working when after he left the room, let's say.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I can relate to that. It makes a lot of sense. When you're doing this reconnection where there's a trauma history, there is never a single way of working that's going to shift the system and keep it shifted. It starts bringing the person back into play with life. And so in the session, you know, maybe, oh, I had resources, he had your support, he was able to make a positive experience, but now he's starting to feel things. And so he's going to feel there's a whole lot of other stuff in that field that he felt he had to abandon, he had to disconnect from. So I'm always trying to build that in. You know, a lot of times people, after a really good session, they say, oh, I feel so good, you know, now I'm going to live happily ever after. And my Irish cynicism says it won't last very long at all, don't worry. You know, and we just want practically that, because when the negative stuff comes back up, if you believe that you were done with it, it can be pretty devastating. Like, oh, I did all this work and I thought now I was never going to have any intimacy problems, or, you know, my family was never going to trigger me, or was never going to get depressed or whatever. Grow up. You know, it's never going to stop. You know, the bad experiences of life are never going to stop. They're never going to disappear forever. You know, and we can't handle that as kids. So we develop these childhood fantasies that someday everything will live happily ever after. That's a childhood fantasy. It's not a human reality. Right? So what we want to help people to do is realize, I will come up against many difficult experiences in my life. They're always a short distance away. What I'm learning is how I can connect to myself that then allows me to positively deal with whatever the latest shit hits the fan. I don't know if you know that saying. Whatever the latest catastrophe is. That's what we're looking to help the client to do, is to realize negative experiences are an unavoidable part of life. And you better have at least as many, hopefully more, positive experiences. Otherwise you will be depressed and give up. So it's really important to make sure that you intentionally create positive experiences. So when you look at it, you can say, well, there was some really nasty stuff that happened, but there was some really great stuff that happened. On balance, that was pretty good, you know. But more importantly, what do I do when a negative experience comes up? You know, and what we're saying is the real cost is when it triggers a dissociation or disconnection in me. That's where all the negative experiences, the really costly stuff happens. Did Leah go? I don't see her anymore.
I'm still here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to share with you briefly. I was reading. You probably know who Miles Davis was, right? And
Sure. Yeah.
maybe Herbie Hancock was the piano player, and he was young when he was playing with Miles. And he was saying there was one night they were actually playing, he said, in Germany somewhere. And he said the band was so on that night. They were just smoking. And it was one of those things where, you know, all the musicians are just doing their best to keep up, you know, with this intense. And he said, Herbie Hancock said, I played a really bad note. And he said it was clear to him, and he was sure to everybody, that whatever he played in that improvisational thing, it was the wrong chord. And he looked over for sure thinking that Miles Davis was going to be so upset. And Miles Davis just looked at him and smiled and played something else in response. And he said, he went up to him afterwards and he said, I sorry, I played that wrong note. He said, there are no wrong notes. He said, there's only what you do in response to what just happened. He said, so you played an unexpected chord. So that opened up an opportunity for me to play something in response to that, so that whatever just happened fit into the improvisation. Is that cool or what?
Yeah.
So that's why we're saying your underlying state is much more important than what your mind is thinking, or the values, or whether it's good or whether it's bad, or what do I do now, or oh my God, this just happened, and how do I succeed? Those are all the conditional, impermanent parts of your upstairs mind. And what you're looking to do is get this underlying sense of whatever that happens, the good, the bad, I can stay present with that equal equanimity. That requires an awareness that without this, I can't live the sort of life I want to lead. So usually we really have to confront it when we do a lot of damage to our own life or to the people and the things that we really love. And we realize we have to take a look at why we were so determined to be a good person and we did so much damage. And I think, it forces you to see I was disconnected from myself. So myself that was trying to be a good person was not connected deeper inside to life. And that's what I need to have if I want any of my individual intentions to actually have any chance of succeeding in the world. I have to be connected to life. And that then takes a commitment, and it takes a daily practice. So that's what I would be working with. If somebody has a long history, or I've got depression, or I've got trauma, then we just anticipate it's not over. And, I don't want to be pessimistic, but one of the likeliest times for a depressed person to suicide is after they feel better. So they've been in a sort of long depression. They do something, the clouds clear, so to speak, and they feel, their friends can tell, they can tell. And they're actually, there's a stronger likelihood in a number of cases that's when they might suicide. Because all of a sudden that sort of, long, dark arm from the underworld pulls you back in. And you were so convinced that it was over, that you were in the light and happily going to live happily ever after. But now it pulls you back with an even greater vengeance. And so that's where Irish cynicism has its values. We always know, no matter how good it gets, the English are always 5 minutes away. Good luck.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah. Okay. One more.
Stephanie is the next.
Okay.
Hello, Stephanie.
Hi.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi, Stephanie.
There's
Stephanie?
another Stephanie? Yes, there's another Stephanie, I guess.
But you're
Or-
the real Stephanie, right?
You're the right one.
You're the right one.
Okay. Hi, Stephen.
Hi, where are you from? Where are you talking from?
Well, I'm talking from Reykjavik right now. You probably hear I'm German originally, but I lived half of my life in actually New York City. And so.
But where is Reykjavik? Is that Iceland?
Yeah, I'm sitting out the summer in Iceland, yes.
Oh, that sounds nice, is it?
Yes, it's very cool in the sunshine hours right now.
Yeah, awesome.
Uh-huh.
Great. Well,
So-
welcome. What would you like to talk about?
I found that the demonstration very, very interesting. I'm more used to this client-centered approach where one keeps somebody company and the coaches of listeners' approach is more tacit or not
Yes.
spoken. And so how do you make sure, as there is somebody who comes to you as a client and you are the coach, how do you make sure that the client sees you're sharing not as an interpretation?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And this next exercise that I want to introduce and then have you practice, I think is one of my main responses to that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, for example, if we were to talk about intimacy and where are our boundaries in intimacy, we could say that, most of the couples models, intimacy couples models, talk about 3 stages of intimacy. And the first level is more of the drug state, the honeymoon period, where it's literally a unique drug in the brain that makes you goo-goo-eyed and you are one with your partner. And the mathematics in that is 1 + 1 = 1. So if I open to my partner, we become one. We become undifferentiated. That's not the intimacy that obviously that we want professionally. The second stage of intimacy is the differentiation where 1 + 1 = 2. And usually, when I had a busy practice, I worked with trauma survivors and couples were my 2 major client populations. And couples usually come in at the end of stage 2. So they had this connection and now they're fighting. It could be a cool fight, it could be a hot fight, but they need separation. And they've gotten to a point where it's like, I don't think it's possible for us to come back together. So if you're lucky and if you really work at it, this mature intimacy, which is what we're looking to practice professionally, is 1 + 1 = 3. So it means that I am actually more fully connected and separate from you when I do this. And so I feel me and I feel you, and I feel that we're sharing the same space, but we're very, very, very different. And that's the mathematics is 1 + 1 = 3. So to do that, what I'm suggesting, it's on the slide there, the 4 attentions, is before you open yourself to your client. That's only the 3rd step. The first step is you make a connection with your own center, which is you get out of your head, you get out of your thoughts about it should be this way, and my role is supposed to be this, and blah, 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 and problems are caused by this. And you just come back to center. That's always the first step. Boom, boom. And from there, I'm okay with whatever is happening, you know. The second step is I open to the field. My second step is not to connect to you. When we're kids, the idea of coming into the world, you know, everybody has, for all the important core phrases, we all have multiple meanings. But what does it mean to come into the world? For a child, to come into the world means I first have to go through my caretakers. I have to say to my mom, can I go play at this, or can I do this? And I've got to get permission from my caretakers for me to go out in the world. Make sense? Now, if I say to my caretaker, am I okay? I need you to tell me. And you're lost in your own stuff. So there's a lot of things that you curse in me. There's a lot of things that you don't see in me. And so I have this sort of very conditional sense. It's only okay for me to come into the world if I'm nice, or if I'm this, or if I, you know, do this, etc. But that's the idea that we have. As an adult, we really have to claim this sense, I don't need anybody's permission to come into the world. If I were to give you that power, I would give away all my power and all my human capacity. So I would like your support, but I don't require it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it means that to open to you, to trust myself, to open to the client, I first am most connected to my center, which is different from my ego. And that's what we're training in meditation, all these different practices, mind-body practices, to have some inclusion, but differentiation from our ego. So center. Then, kind of like what we were just doing, I center and I open to the universal consciousness. Call it what you will, but call it. I open to nature, I open to whatever. And I feel that's my second relational connection. Only if I have a good connection to there, then I open to you. But I'm not primarily focusing on your social face, because that's what do we need to do to prove ourselves to each other and do all this social stuff. So my first connection to you is what I learned, especially like in martial arts and hypnosis. I'm feeling your center, not your talking mind. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like you like touching a person's wrist, you know, and just feeling their pulse. Or if you were like just feeling their heart as they present, and blah, 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 blah. But this is really the deeper core of the person. Right? And then finally, you feel that there's some sort of rhythmic, unbroken channel that's flowing between you. So giving and receiving is the same verb.
Mm-hmm.
So that gives you the grounding, the openness, the connection underneath the talking mind, and the commitment to unbroken circle. Because all the thing about your mind starting to control it, or thinking, well, this means this, and now I should do this, and I have to get them to improve, and I have to cure them. So I think what Carl Rogers and all the client-centered people, that's what they were looking to do. Mm-hmm. It's really beautiful stuff. And you can see all these movements are always they arise as counterpoints to whatever the dominant movement was. And Rogers is often credited as the first humanistic psychologist. And he just wanted connection and authenticity and acceptance. That's what we're talking about as the base. The question is it possible now to add on a therapeutic conversation on top of that, as long as you take precaution that it's rooted in and grounded in and always positively constrained by that stuff that client-centered therapy gives first priority to? Because if you can do that, it gives you a whole new dimension, I think, of creativity in the conversation. So I hope that makes sense what my response to you.
Can I say what my
yes, please.
impression was as I was listening?
Yeah.
I was feeling like looking into the water and, seeing at first the water surface and the ripples, and then it cleared and I saw more and more underneath, and finally I saw the river stones.
That's awesome. Well, that calm pond, that is what the client-centered work, and that's what the coach field is for. It's quieting everything down. And so you can see into those deeper, what I would call holographic realms. Mm. And now the question, can you think and act without disturbing that deep space? That's our $1 million question. Mm. And I know you can. It's a challenge. But it's what creative performers like musicians, they are feeling when musicians are really tuned into something, they're channeling from another field. But they're having to listen to everybody else in the band. And they're having to stay in some place where technically they can be able to operate. So whatever's coming from that other world is able to move through their medium into this world and so forth. So they know they have to do it from a quiet center. But they also know that as they tune to that quiet center, they have to have a way to have this powerful creative mode of expression.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you there in Iceland all summer?
Till the mid-August. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I always hear Iceland is so beautiful. I look forward to seeing it at some point.
Yeah, it definitely is quite something. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the conversation, Stephanie. Okay, so I just described this process, and this these, what I'm calling the 4 attentions. This is what grounds us. This is what allows us to be fully present without our ego sort of projecting and locking and controlling, which is always an imminent danger. And it gives us the positive constraint. So you remember that just the exchange that Julian and I had in our initial part where we were collaboratively unfolding a coach date. Remember I said, well, those are 3 sort of far out field opening statements. I said, I'm always thinking, oh, we're going out, we're going outer space. Let's come back to just being centered. Okay. So that's an example of if I open to my imagination, but I'm not centered, then they're like clouds that just take me on and on and on and on and on. But I'm looking to have this sort of stable, open presence in my center. So I see, oh, there's a snake in the garden. Oh, there's our medicine plants in ayahuasca. Oh, there's Star Trek. Oh, there's the twin brother who died of an overdose. Oh, there's the congestion in the throat. And these are sort of just held in this center that doesn't try to organize them, but just they're all different notes. And then as you move forward, whatever of those images are meaningful, they start to come forward and through your action point to support you. But if you don't have the center, it's easy to get lost in thought. It's easy to get lost inside the client's experience. It's easy to get lost inside your thinking. So your center allows you to be totally open safely. Then your first opening is not to your client, because that's a very specific field, their individual self that they're struggling in. Your first opening is open beyond, open wide, open to ancestors, open to nature, open to universal consciousness. That's your mind. I'm centered in universal consciousness. Then I want to extend out and connect to my brother or sister over here. And not so much here, it's just my center and your center in resonance together. It's a very pleasurable feeling. And then once I feel settled in that, I got this, I got this, I have this. Then I start to feel this is the conversation. Okay? Continuous giving and receiving. And in that loop, there's all this stuff that comes to you. And now what's in that conversational loop is the universal consciousness. Is that great? Or what? All right. So let's do our next demo. This is what you'll be practicing. And we'll do about a half-hour demo here. So Richard, Oksana, we need to have the magical wheel.
Okie dokie. Let's do it.
Well, you have to share this.
I know.
Yes, Steven, you have to share.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's unshare Steven's screen.
Then,
I'll stop my screen.
Stop. Yeah, we already stopped. Okay, let's just wait for a second, then we will start again.
Okay, now.
Okay, sure. Close. Let's do it again.
Let's do it.
Can you see our
Okay.
screen? Okay.
Yeah. You have to, Oksana, you have to do some Siberian incantation.
Let's all spirits from Siberia and all over the world.
You have to
come
speak
here.
Siberian.
Я приглашаю всех сибирских шаманов поддержать нас и помочь выбрать этого человека прямо сейчас.
It's Jehan.
It's Jehan.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Are you here?
Jehan, are you
Congratulations.
here?
Yay!
Hey, Jehan.
Okay, Siberian shamanics chose Jehan.
Okay, so Jehan, just curious, how much did you pay Oksana to get this slot? What? That's not Jehan. Now it's me. Now it was Kamna I just saw.
Everyone except Jehan, please turn off your video camera and microphones.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Thank you.
We assume that Jehan is with us.
Jehan, are you there?
Uh-oh.
I don't think she is.
Okay, we're
no,
gonna go. Let's go for it.
no, she's not. She's not here.
But who was speaking instead of Jehan then?
That was Kamna. Kamna was trying to impersonate. That's why she had her sunglasses on.
Oh, okay. So I have to call Siberian shamanists again then,
Yeah.
right?
All right, that's right.
Andre. Okay, here we go. Now, for sure, this time.
Итак, начинаем. Поехали, приглашаем. Пусть все крутится. Все духи, реки, горы, тайга, Сибирь. Бом, бом, сейчас.
These
Начинаем.
Siberian rituals can go on for 3 days.
It's going on. I cannot
Okay.
stop myself. Richard,
Okay,
help me, help me.
Okay, wait a minute. Here it is. It's Kirsten. We have a winner.
Congratulations.
Kirsten, I hope you're here.
I'm here.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
great.
Congratulations.
And Siberian shamanist chose Christian.
Congratulations.
Please turn off your video
Kirsten.
camera, Christian.
Hey, is there a reason all of a sudden my image looks grainy?
I didn't understand.
My image looks a little great, like not very clear.
Okay.
Are you guys seeing me okay?
Yes,
Okay.
I see. you.
Okay. All right, good. That's the important thing. Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, Steve.
Hi. How are you doing today?
At last, I had a little catastrophe there. My class was jumping, and all was in water. It was.
Oh, wow.
It was my tea.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
Yeah. Where are you right now?
I'm in Bern. I'm living there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you Swiss or German or both or
I'm
which one?
both.
Yeah.
I was born in Germany, in Dresden.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
in the ex-GDR, and I'm living in Switzerland about 30 years now.
Yeah. Now I remember.
Okay.
Yeah. So you saw the process that Julian and I explored a little bit. And I was saying that if we really want to open, to the fullness of our consciousness, it's really good to have these sort of attentional constraints, if you will, that keep us grounded and open. And that's our primary commitment, is to stay connected, centered, open. So I'd like to do this with you in two parts. One is that we'll both just go through these 4 attentions. And then I'll ask you to, we'll go through it again. I'll ask you to talk about something kind of like Julian, maybe a little bit more elaborately about some goal that you have or something you want to change in your life. And we'll use these 4 attentions as sort of as grounding points and also sort of as listening points for as we listen from here, as we sense from our partner's center, as we open to the field, what comes up in support of that conversation. Make sense?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, super. So let's start with that first one. Let's get a comfortable position. It's always a good first step. We sort of claim our space, clear our space, find some simple way to say to ourselves, time to come back. Time to come back home to me. And to feel that whole layer of my performance self that's trying to please, that's trying to change. Just relax. Come back home. Relax. And you remember we've done the Heaven and Earth channel as a way to just feel the sort of the main attention of consciousness, not out into the world, not into being with other people, but opening to the heaven. Feeling the heaven flow down through the body, connecting to the earth. And then one additional thing, we think each of us has ways to say when we really need to reconnect with ourselves. What are some of the things that work well? It could be gardening, it could be playing music, it could be, for me, it would be reading. Could be going for a walk. And we just realize that those are some of our natural portals. I say, let me tune in to what I know from those experiences and use that to step back into that sense of well-being, safety, openness.
Going in nature, walking in nature.
Yeah.
And writing.
Yeah.
And singing. I like very much singing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What kind of singing?
Songs like We Should Overcome, or so I'm singing.
Yeah.
Or The Boxer from Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah. Awesome.
Genau.
Yeah. And by the way, I would just sort of note that in my field, if there was any time that Kirsten felt a little stuck, I would have this idea, maybe we just move to singing a song right now, and use the singing to make the reconnection. So all these things are sort of like in the field around us. There are friends for deep connection. What song comes into your mind right now? Besides We Shall Overcome, and a man sees what he wants to see and disregards the rest.
Yes. Yes, these two songs.
Yeah.
And also, yes, I love it so much. I learned it, and I can
The
sing it.
Boxer? The Boxer?
Yes, the Boxer.
It's a beautiful song.
I love it so much. At first, I know a German version of it with another lyrics. And at second, I was learning the Boxer, the original, yes.
Well, I consider Paul Simon the second best American songwriter.
Yes.
I mean, just
I'm
by the,
agree.
yeah.
I'm agreeing.
Yeah, and prolific. He's
Yeah.
got so much, and you know, then when he shifted into Rhythms of the Saints and Graceland, it was such a radically different type of music and songwriting.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it was sort of classic American songwriting, and then he went into the African stuff, and it was really amazing. And then the Brazilian percussion. Yeah.
Yes.
So let's now, so we do that as just a sort of a setup to sort of get settled. And now, Kirsten, what I'd like to do is just have both of us slowly move through the four connections. And we're doing this with our breath, with our somatic movement, with our mind. And we're really just trying to touch and sort of awaken these as deeper than any thought or feeling or action. Ready?
Okay.
So the first is center. Could be heart center, could be belly center. But to have any sort of meaningful conversation, start with center. Feel center. Anything that helps that, a piece of music, a drum beat, walk in nature, any part of ancestors, music, center. It's not only stabilizing, grounding, but it's sort of the gateway into the universal consciousness, ever-present origin, through the center. That's the first connection. And then the second is we open our mind, our arms, our vision, and we open to the field. Find what it is to really let your arms widen. I open beyond all my problems, beyond all my emotion, beyond all my ego, beyond my history. I open. I surrender. I receive. Please help me. Feel. And we can go back and forth to that. For some clients, maybe that's all you do in one session. Connect to center. Open to some field beyond my problems, beyond my ego. Ancestors, nature, spirit. And then the third is we make connection with our conversational partner. So maybe you put one hand on your heart and extend one hand. And you're not looking to go inside of me, lose yourself to me. Let's just feel sort of a meeting point between your center and my center. Neither of us is inside of the other. We're just joining, sharing a space, respecting and honoring our individual. Feeling, wow, it's good to do this work in connection. And then finally, the fourth attention is just feeling a song, a rhythm, a movement that goes between us. And again, this isn't something that either of us owns. It's not something that either of us controls. It's something that is speaking to the relationship. I feel when that river is flowing, it tells us that we have an organic intelligence. And then we can shift and we can feel what might be more important or might need more attention between those, your own center, self-centered. Sometimes for a piece of work, that's really the main thing to stay connected with, just me. And the second attention is opening to the field. Some conversations, it's good to just let me disappear. Let the universe, let me become the universe, let it speak to me. Open. Whatever limitation I feel is in my individual mind. It's not in the universe. The universe is so infinitely amazing. I open and be with that. And from there to feel some way to feel our partner's presence. Feel, oh yeah, in this conversation. Feel them and how much distance you need. What quality of connection. It's something you learn. And you realize, like what Julian was saying, oh, I felt I was starting to become a little more vulnerable. So I need to lessen my connection to others and deepen my connection to me. It's just a beautiful, beautiful, subtle, organic adjustment. I feel me. I feel the universe. I feel you. I feel a song that we can share. If we remain with integrity in connection to our true selves and to the universe, a song. What happens there for you, Kirsten?
There is something like a back and a fore, and something like in my body that holds me back.
Yeah.
And such a longing to opening and to connect to the field and to feel, yes.
Yeah. And that's the sort of the sweet spot where I feel that aching. I need to come take care of myself. I ache to connect with others. I feel, oh, this is one of the sweet spots of human life. Huh? So that's where I go underneath and feel my center open to the universe that is there just supporting that. Feel my connection to my partner as a really good sort of example. How do I feel connection with others and stay safe and not abandon myself? Wow. And then to invite the song, the fighter still remains. And so as you talk about that and we explore it, I start feeling this sort of lovely, slow, gentle energy that moves back. It reaches out to touch you very, very subtly. And then it comes back to touch me. And I really don't know the nature, what the best nature of that is, that really reflects the integrity, the best of our particular relationship, but I'm very curious. So that's a channel, something extending to Kirsten, heart, something coming back and touching me. You know, we're interested in holding it in a way that's true to our relationship. And here it's a professional relationship, but we have human intimacy inside of that. What do you notice there, Kirsten?
I have noticed that imagine I'm the tree. I'm in the middle of a tree I like. It's very much.
Yeah.
And I feel something like an embracing of this tree.
Ah, that is so cool. Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
I don't know if that was the intention you wanted to work with, the sense of feeling connection with others and feeling safe within yourself. That's what I heard you talking about. I was just checking if that was the best way for you to say it.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. And so notice that Kirsten's creative consciousness brings this beautiful piece of nature and the greenery in as a resource to give her a way to do that. Because if it was just, okay, there's Kirsten, there's Steve, and they have to find some way to be safely connected, it's really hard. But if you say, wow, there's Kirsten, there's Steve, and wait, there's this beautiful green that envelops Kirsten. Is that great? Or what? And what happens next with that?
A deeper breath, deeper breathing.
Yeah.
And like a little bit more settling in inside of me.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. And what I feel over here subjectively is what's best for me is to just let go of my own stuff and be a witness and support to that, because it feels like, oh, Kirsten is starting to feel this new way of sort of wrapping herself in this beautiful green nature. And I just want to witness that and support that. And so my own individual connection with her would just recede to be able to support that. And then maybe 5 minutes later that would change. But, I'm just trying to emphasize the way that you're using your human self is always changing, but it's in support of letting an experience open that has beauty and integrity. Now you look like in that last 10 seconds, like some 10,000-year-old woman just started shimmering inside of you. I don't know if you felt anything vibrating inside of you as you went into nature and your own sense there.
I feel like a warm vibrating in my feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And any time that there's a spontaneous development of warmth in the body, to me that usually signals there's some sort of integration, reconnection with sort of the deeper somatic consciousness that's not only individual, but it goes even deeper. Like I saw, what do you call them in Germany? Gnomes? The little magical people in the forest.
I know what you mean. That's a word. Gnome, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, something like this.
In Ireland, we call them leprechauns.
Okay.
They're the little magical people. In Switzerland, I know I'd heard the people that live far, far up in the mountains.
Yes.
I started feeling them in our conversation.
Okay. I think the word in German, Berggeister.
Right.
Mountain. I don't know the word in English. Berggeister.
So isn't it interesting that as we start to just open this question of how to really connect to others and feel safe, connected to your own center at the same time, this green nature and the warm feet begin to visit and enter. And a beautiful, beautiful resource from the ancestors and from nature. And I would just invite you to notice that. To realize in this journey of staying deeply connected to yourself while you open to others, you've got some nice friends. It wasn't a Paul Simon song, You've Got a Friend.
I'm not remembering now.
You've got a friend. Carole King, many people sang it. James Taylor probably made it most famous.
Okay.
You've got a friend. You've got a friend. So just feel that now as we come back to center. And feel your whole intention of safely staying connected while you open to others. Beautiful organic intelligence of your center. Everything that comes through that channel. The field, nature, people in the hills, the ancient creatures, song, the feeling of connection to friends and allies. You can feel the heart and support of some precious, precious others that see you, support you on this journey of safely opening your vulnerability into connection. And breathe all that in, see what's begun. And if you'd like, make a vow. May this be part of my journey every day. May this be part of my awakening. My heart, my connection to all of life. Then, only then, my openness to others. And my commitment to extending out as much as letting in. Extending out equal to letting in. Okay. Okay, if we stop here.
Okay.
Beautiful work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was very interesting at the end. I have such a big isolated part inside of me.
Yeah.
And I feel something like around it. I feel like the connection is bigger than
Yeah.
separation. I can feel it.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a very, I think,
Yeah.
much right.
That to me is an example of what we call second skin, which is always the buffer
Yes.
between the raw vulnerability of our core soul and others.
Yes.
We need this second skin as a buffer. So great.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, if we open the screen and invite everybody else back on. There we go.
Kirsten.
If you'd like to open your mics and send any TLC, tender loving care.
Beautiful work, Kirsten.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I'm so connected. Like, it works. Great work.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
My name, and you know wherever I am, I'm running.
Oh yeah, running.
See you again.
Oh yeah.
Winter, spring.
Thank you, whoever that was. Okay, so I hope you got a feel for what you're going to do in the exercise. If we can just go back on, I'm going to get the PowerPoint back on if I can. Yeah. All right, I can't get it on. So remember, we've got basically three parts to this. One is always the prep, the prep setup. Let's get settled. Let's take a few moments each in our own way to settle in, to gather ourselves together, to make a commitment to do some work. That's sort of just general preparation. It can be 1 or 2 minutes once you establish it with a client. And then the first part that's on the handout, the PowerPoint, is let's each side go through this slow process of the 4 connections. Let's relax, go into coach, feel a connection to self-center, own center. Okay. And again, it's not a muscle thing. It's not a thought. It's like, you know, holding a baby, or it's like playing an instrument. It's a vibrational resonance. The center is not made of muscular feeling. It's sort of a channel that is there to bring the universe into your presence, and it's also a gateway into the universal consciousness. So you need to be relaxed, focused, and attuned. First attention. Always come back to it. If you feel like you're blah, 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 it's like, boop, come back to center, come back to center. It's like meditation. And second, before I do any work, before I connect with others, I just open to the field, beyond problems, beyond my own life. I realize I belong to something big and amazing. And can you all turn off your mics? Thank you. And that's the second connection, is to universal field. All right. Third is feel a connection to your partner in some way. It doesn't have to be full tilt. You're trying to find, how can I how can I connect with somebody beyond me without losing myself? So it could be very slight, your connection to others. It's sort of like what Julian was saying. I could start feeling I was approaching my vulnerability point, where if I did too much beyond that, I would abandon myself and then I'd go into lockdown. Right? So you're like working on your edge, but the edge is, can I feel another person at the same time? As the coach, you have to have that as a deep presence. That's why you're saying, this is not about my individual work, right? It's not about my individual self. This is about bringing my universal human self to be present, to open, and to really feel connected to this person is on quite a journey. I want to just feel that, bring love to it, bring support to it, and connect to it as I'm connected to them, but they're different from me. That's the third. And then the fourth is feel a continuous movement flowing between you. That will keep you honest. As soon as you think, well, that symbol means that their mother didn't love them and I should do this, you're gone. You cannot think that way if you're in unbroken rhythm, resonance, and repetition, right? They're all just images that are sort of sparkling through your consciousness, right? So those are the four attentions: center, field, other center, flow. And then the second part, we ask the client to start talking about some issue, and we don't want long-winded sort of things. It's best if you make a couple sentences, because that should just open up your channels. And you're using these connections. We're only going to have this conversation is if we connect here, 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 and here, right? And any point you can feel, oh, as I listen, what I notice coming from my center is this. I just put that into the conversation. I'm not telling you to do something. I'm just offering it as part of the music of creative conversation. And then I ask you, as you say that, what do you notice here? That's all part of an integration of a continuous song dance of creative change. All right, that's what we did in 2 demos. I'm going to ask you to go to your groups. You're going to have 90 minutes total. We'll be back here at 30 minutes after the hour, 90 minutes from now. That's 1:30 here, but many different times for the rest of you. All right? Get the groove.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Andre. So let's just take, we don't have that much time left. I want to do just at least a short demo to end, but I just would like to open to any comments or questions that I'm not going to answer now. But if you said, you know, during today or when I did the work, this is one thing that was interesting that I experienced or brought up the question, to say I'm not going to respond to them, but I just want to open to the field to hear a few voices. So if you have anything you want to share or ask, please click your hand, and Richard and Oksana will select you up.
Ready.
Okay.
Let me show you what it looks like here.
Yeah, raise your hands and handed reactions, please.
If you have a question to ask and not be answered,
or an experience just to share.
Okay, Ted. Ted, right up in the corner. Welcome.
And Ted, just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Ted, and I live in North Carolina on the East Coast of the United States. And getting to be an observer when Steve was working with Julian, and then in our small group, I got to be an observer as well. And one of the things that really came across to me powerfully was, as an observer and not feeling any performance anxiety, to witness and feel the somatic experiences and the visual images coming up out of the field. And then watching the coach and the client incorporate those into change work, I found to be incredibly powerful and very moving. So thank you.
That's the heart and soul of it.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So no more raised hands. There's Michelle.
Okay. I got a couple of texts saying what I did in the second demo that Kirsten and I were exploring, was that related directly to the evolutionary levels? And the simple answer is no. I'm sort of presenting two different things here today. You know, we started with listening from different places other than the verbal ego.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's really a necessary condition for any sort of creativity. And so in the first exercise, we're saying, let's get our coach state, and then let's tune in, as we've been doing, to each of these different levels of my consciousness as nature, my consciousness as the ancestors, my consciousness as spirit, and feeling that as having its own ear and its own mind and its own being, and just opening to that as a channel, as one way to begin to be a reflecting mirror. You know, that's what we're trying to do, is be really, give really good mirroring. You know, a lot of the existentialist idea is that we construct our sense of self through mirroring from others. And in particular, there's this core idea of what is called the gazing function. that children, as we can readily witness, young children don't have self-awareness, and it's part of their charm and beauty. They're just, hey, here I am. And so they bring their sort of core energies into the world. And they only get any sort of idea about the value of it, whether it's good or bad, by how it's received by others. You know, so the family or the community receives that and reflects it back. Particularly, you know, the gazing function means you see it in people's eyes. Or in a more general sense, the mirroring function, a person's whole being as you present yourself is absorbing you and reflecting you. And the idea is that's how we develop our mind. That's how we develop our self-image. It's reflections from other people. And of course, a lot of that mirroring is distorted. You know, it's going through people who are got their own suffering and their own stuff. And so as it comes through another person, you're also getting all of their crash states, all of their depression, all of their anger, all of their prejudices, all of their racism, all of their whatever. But of course, as a child, you're not able to factor that out. You know, you just get a sense, this is who I am, and this is how I construct my first self-image. So that we carry that, and then that's what we continue to enact and play out, and we repeat it in other relationships. So what we're doing, you know, the old term in psychoanalysis in the 30s and 40s was emotionally corrective experience. And what that means is that you would hook up with a person and open to their being very, very deeply and reflect it back positively. And so as you reflected it back positively, it would really sort of correct whatever distortions that they had built up about the true nature of their soul energy. I think that's a good way to describe one of the core things we're trying to do. Right? So you're opening your full humanness and you're looking to be a good mirror. Okay? And every human being contains the universe. You know, I mean, you know it with your children. You know, they got the whole damn universe inside of them. You know, so it's not like you can have a static, my child is just positive and good and sweet. They are, but they're much, 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 much more. So the state you have to be in to be a positive mirror has to be very organic. It has to be like a piece of music. It has to be like a dance. And you feel in art, you feel it flowing through you, and you never know what the next note is going to be when it's really beautiful. So you have to mirror from that level, right? And so that's what we're trying to do. Now, to open to all of that without getting carried away or pulled into the undertow, or, you know, that's what happens when you try to get into these states by knocking out your human consciousness with drugs or alcohol or whatever. You know, and it traps a lot of artists because you feel this longing, I need to get into that state where I feel a connection to creative consciousness. But my ego so blocks it that I have to do drugs or alcohol or whatever to try to wipe out that part of my ego. But the price that you pay is you don't have that human center anymore. That's a really stable attentional presence. So it's easy to get lost in experiences. So these four attentions are ways to really just bring the deepest part of human consciousness in some sort of stabilizing positive constraint so that everything can flow in and out of the connection. But you're just staying present. It's me, it's you, it's us, right? So I don't know, all the stuff that's going to go through me, storms and hells and angels and devils and mountains. I don't know, but I don't have to know. All I need to know is that I have a way to stay present. So that stuff just goes through you like rain. It's just going through you. It's not attaching to you at all. Some of it has certain texture that tells you this has relevance here. And so you come back to it. You circle around with it, but still, you always know that it's just a piece of music. And it's not where your mind is attached. Your mind is attached to the center and the field and feeling the resonant presence of another human being and feeling that there's something that's passing between you. That's not, you're not making it up, but you can participate in it. Right? So I think it gives you total freedom and also safety, so that, everybody has a fear that if I surrender to everything, I'll never return. That's a sort of a core fear that have most of us living our life with a sense of, I got to check it out. I've got to interview the experience first. I have to make sure it'll make me a more important person. I'll get richer from it. They'll say nice things about me. Then I'll open up to it after I've interviewed it. Sorry. So we're realizing to be safe can't be achieved by judging the experience before you let it in. Being safe can be experienced by feeling something that's underneath the transient moment, something that's non-dual. And I think there's a lot of traditions, a lot of lineages to support that. And that's what we're trying to tap into in the creative mind. All right, so let's just end with a little brief final process. It's not going to be a full, complete session, but we're just going to see how, again, one more example of doing, I listen from my center, not from here. I listen from this center. I feel what's happening in your body. I feel as I hear you, where the constriction is, where the energy is, where the dead spots are in your body. I open to something to come visit me from someplace else that is part of our information team. That's what we're looking to do. That's what I've always done, by the way. So that's why I try to do step 1, step 2, step 3. It often sort of goes a little bit off track because I'm not thinking like that. And nobody I've ever known who did really good work thinks like that. They're not thinking in terms of a top-down, step-by-step process. That's an afterthought. All right, so Richard and Oksana.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share the screen. Hold on a second. Can't believe this. Okay.
Do we get to see the magical wheel?
Where is it?
Do we get to see the magical wheel?
Yes, Stephen, we are trying. Please wait for a while.
I can't find it.
The magical wheel just magically disappeared.
Where did the magical wheel go? Is it hiding under the bed?
So give us magical minute, please.
Is it behind the moon? Is it in the middle of nowhere?
Давай просто на веревку.
Has anybody seen my magical wheel?
Wheel.
Вот он.
Okay, here we go. So now I
Now
can,
we have to share first.
yeah, I got it. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We're gonna share screen. And here's the magic.
Wait
okay.
a minute. Andrei, could you put it on the screen?
There we go.
Okay.
All right. So to balance the Siberian chants, Richard, do you know anybody that's got like Chicago blues? Well, this is Blind Richard singing now. Go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, I got the blues.
Woke up this morning.
And Gloria is our winner.
Woo! Gloria, congratulations.
Okay.
I got the blues.
Came into my house. It was about midnight. Her name was G L O A. Where's Gloria?
Here.
Let's turn off our videos here.
Gloria,
Oh, there you go. Okay. Hi, Gloria.
How are you?
Good. Doing well. Long time no see, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. You're in Switzerland, huh?
I am.
Yeah.
No.
Please turn off your videos.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Yes, very nice. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think it's, yeah.
How did you do in the exercise?
I was doing it with Paul, and we did one way. I did it because we were talking about that. It's a conversation. So when you started, I don't know, maybe I'm so focused on the connection that I lose track of time. So,
yeah, I can relate.
So yeah, we were just creatively, we engaged in a very creative, imaginative conversation.
Yeah, that's not your Swiss
partner. No,
that's your Argentinian.
What's the influence you had on me?
Yeah, well, it doesn't take much influence for an Argentinian to get them to lose time. Right, Daniel? Okay, so
yeah.
So Gloria, what I thought, just briefly, it's not really a complete session, but just as a way of sort of touching into this process, as a way of creating a relational experiential underbelly, so that you can just explore in this sort of rhythmic way some core intention and obstacle that you might be working with or struggling with or exploring in your life. Make sense?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. So what would be for you if you said, well, something that would be a good thing for me is, this is what I'm trying to create more in my life, but this is something that interferes or seems to stop me.
I have tons of those contradictory parts. I'm going to choose one because my life is finding balance with many of these contradictions.
Yeah, I can relate.
But one that it's more prominent, I would say, I want to go out into the world, show myself.
Yeah.
And I want to protect myself. I just don't want to go. I'm scared.
Sorry, I just want to adjust here. So, whoa, that's the wrong way, right? Sorry. Okay.
That's what happens to me, you see. I just don't want to be seen.
Okay, so whatever life was having me do, it actually was a metaphor.
Yeah, it was a somatic representation.
Yeah, I hear you. So, we do these things of somatic models, and I would just point out to the class that at the structural underbelly, that sounds similar to what Kirsten was talking about. I want to connect with people, but something pulls me back inside. And was I hearing that correctly, Gloria?
No, it's not connected. Here it would be like being out in the world, doing something out in the world, and pulling back because I want to feel protected and I don't want to be seen.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Sorry if I didn't say it clear enough. If you had a simple somatic model for those two sides, what I want to do, and if you just showed it with a somatic model.
What came to me right now, it's the somatic model, also the image of the peacock, the peacock that wants to expand and show itself.
Show me your peacock, sister.
But then goes back.
Cool. So show me the peacock. I want to. And awesome. But I end up, when I do that, something inside of me needs to do this. Right. Yeah. Now, I would just point out that second one is both a universal pattern. You just see in modern dance, that's there as a core. But the way that Gloria showed it was what we would call a crash version of it. Mm-hmm. So it's a fundamental need that is not erasable. You can't get rid of it. But what we're talking about is we get these frames about what it means to go to reconnect inside, what it means to come out. And so going inside, it sounds like there's, I don't know, self-criticism, shame, fear. What would you say goes with this side?
All of what you said. Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah.
It's not like more like hiding than protecting.
Awesome. Yeah. Great. Thank you for sharing that. Lord knows I can relate to that. Yeah. I really can relate to it. So when we do these things, the 4 attentions, it sets up a deeper place so that we can listen each time, oh, there's this part of me that needs to withdraw now. But when Gloria does it that way, we would say her center is closed and locked. It's dark. There's no spirit that's coming through. And so the only experience and understanding she could have of it is this is bad. Either I'm bad or I shouldn't do this. I should pay for coaching to get rid of it. Just be a peacock 24/7, right? And we're saying that that's not neither possible nor advisable. So we're trying to open a place of open presence, centered, open to the field. So whatever resources need to come in allows us to begin to explore this core self dynamic, opening like a peacock, withdrawing like question mark. Okay. And what we would be doing is each time, if we're in the open generative state, is we feel it's a different image and a different meaning. There's 10,000 faces of this. And so what the centering and connection allows us to do is just open to all the different ways that this can be created and experienced. And then, as Erickson used to say, and then let yourself create it in a way that best fits for your present needs, your present resources, and your present understandings. Because we say, oh, well, this undoubtedly was the best you could do at some younger stage. But a lot has happened since then. A lot has happened. So, all right. So we got the basic pattern. I want to open, but I end up pulling back into a negative state. So now let's do coach, shall we? And, you know, like I was doing with Julia and Gloria, maybe we could do that collaboratively. Is there a first statement that you might make in terms of to make a connection with a centered open place? One thing we might first do is
just breathe.
Let's breathe.
And
breathe.
I'm here.
I'm here. And if you notice what I'm doing with those statements, breathe, and I'm here, we're trying to bring more nonverbal sparkle to it. Because if we say, okay, breathe, I'm here. That's a political statement, but it's not a creative statement. So breathe. So we feel the texture, the direction, the sound, what's carried on the wind of breath. As we breathe in, we feel every cell of the body, like a peacock, and then some way of enfolding back internally, breathing. I'm here. And to feel each breath, who you are is so many different things. I'm a little girl. Now I'm a grown woman. Now I'm a peacock. Now, I don't know. And what happens as you do that, Gloria?
I realized the flow with the breath.
Yeah.
It's like when I inhale, I expand, and when I exhale, I can bring myself back to me.
Yeah. And which do you think is more important, inhaling or exhaling?
Both.
If you have to just go with one.
Doesn't work.
So you don't think inhaling 24/7? So you see, if I'm hearing correctly, when you just think of it in terms of your breath, all of the negative judgment about releasing and letting go, it disappears in that moment. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, and there is another thing. It's like, because
Yeah.
I feel like both have a bad connotation. Like I hide because it's not good to show myself.
Yeah.
And with the breath, it feels like, well, it's natural.
Yeah.
Natural process in life.
Yeah. So that's the connection to nature that is deeper than human good versus bad. If I just breathe, then it's like I'm just going inside. Yeah. I don't have to go into this whole heaven and hell shit. Just fucking breathing. And by the way, you can see that sort of worried look that Gloria often has on her forehead relaxes a little bit. Cool. Did you feel that?
Yes.
Yeah, your beauty starts to come out. It's great. It's great. So you as the coach need to be a part of this to make it real and have a sense of different ways it can unfold. I can't do it as an outsider, just trying to do a technique. Okay, so shall we go now just to those 4 attentions, and let's use the breath, since that seems to be so helpful. Breathing. I'm here. And finding all the colors of breath, all the winds, all the flow, all the settling. And feel that as just a sort of a continuous, beautiful circuit. Almost like a base. And then we can feel the location of some of the different members of the team. Presence in belly, center. Open, presence, no good, no bad. Just spirit open. Boom, boom. And you can feel what it's like to let the breath feed that, nurture that. Maybe you feel at some point, oh, they're actually the same thing, just chi in different patterns. Circuit of breath, spiral wheel at the center. All beautiful, subtle energy. And you feel how that's a second refuge, a second home. You start feeling good, bad, dark, light. Just come back to center. Just come back to center. I can't arrest you for that. And then from there, we find the second sort of the sunrise, the opening to a new day. The opening of a light into the world. Beyond people, beyond family, beyond blah, 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 just breath, open. Beautiful, beautiful, unbroken universe. And inside of that spaciousness, that stillness, silence, so many things from the whole history are there to peek out and say, hey, hi. Hi. I see some animals. There's some cats that are meowing. What do you feel? What do you sense?
I went to a spot that I have close home, that it's in a forest. And I was the other day, like in the middle, put in a spot that was surrounded by trees, and the rays of the light were coming from above.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was totally accepted.
Yeah, that's right. And so you see there, that's sort of a beautiful symbol of receiving the blessing and being seen and accepted. Everything you are is accepted. Everything you see. So as you feel that connection to yourself, it's the core, before history, before people's opinions before, good or bad. There you are. And to feel yourself opening and feeling that divine blessing, that sunlight. And all that it illuminates around you. My God, look at this amazing, amazing universe to which you belong. Wow.
Yeah, in fact, the trees became my friends.
Yeah.
And I go to I'm having conversations and go for walks, and I didn't know that they could reply, but they do.
Yeah. And so that could be the connection to the other center. We were saying, have it be to your partner in a conversation. It could be that you reach out and feel the tree. So I feel me, feel yourself, feel the beautiful nature, the sun coming down and accepting the blessing, the tree, reaching out and feeling the presence of the tree. Your heart, the heart of the tree. The infinitely expanding field. And some conversation between you about who you really are. What your true nature is. And part of what I was just talking about is the old-fashioned term is emotionally corrective. When I'm in conversation with the wholeness of the universe, I learn who I really am. And whatever my curse was that I carried, was carried in my ancestors, my family, I can feel that begin to dissolve. At some point we start to realize, oh, they had the same curse. By connection to center, just breath. It's everything in the mind, just breath. Openness to nature, sun, the tree, forest. Connection to the tree. The flowing of understanding between the tree and you. And to feel in that now, that place of throughout the day, I move in the dance between the peacock and something that needs the moon shadow, something that needs privacy, safety. And in a way that you can feel just the breath. Center, nature, tree. You can come back and do that dance. I want to open. And to feel each time, like each time you do a dance movement, it's a little different. And I know that the beautiful moon sister to opening is returning and unfolding. To the moon shadow, connected to the tree, connected to the breath, connected to the sense. That's it. I open. Let my peacock feathers. I return. I'm being followed by a moon shadow. Moon shadow, moon shadow. You feel the beauty of the sun's radiance and the moon's shadow. All is a circle within. All is a circle. Take a few moments just to sense what it's like to do that dance of opening and closing from that space. So I hope you could see that we identified this sort of relational dynamic. I open and I close. Opening is good, closing is bad. And then we set up a different context that is really based on connection to center, to breath. And Gloria really, to me, brought into the session, the breath is really, really a helpful central connection. So I sort of just made room for that and the tree and the nature. And then we go through, we move through the same dynamic, but it's now in a very different context. So, okay, if we stop here?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. And anything you want to share about what happened for you there?
Yeah, it's really important having focused on breath, because I realized when I started doing some kind of work like this, I started to realize how when I'm in fear, I stop breathing. So, and I didn't even realize before. Now I'm aware, I stop breathing very easily.
Yeah.
So just connecting to that, it's very easy to access.
Yeah. And I want to point out that wasn't in the steps, right? It wasn't in the breathing techniques. We're not in the coach's plan, and this is really the norm, not the exception. So you have your sort of process, but if you're giving everything a lot of breathing space, no pun intended, then the client will begin to bring things in that have not been suggested by the coach, that then become the most important parts of that session. So in order to allow that breathing, that flow, it starts with the coach being able to settle down, COACH, centered, open, aware, positively connected, welcoming. But you're really shifting to a very different world than the ego world that we're all addicted to. Right? That's what everything is there, and everything is just part of the interwoven texture of all consciousness. Okay? And then you're asking the client to begin to get a taste of that. And for Gloria, breathing was her taste of that. And then you're going through some technical methods, always knowing that the way the methods are applied, they're always going to be shifting according to what fits for the unique unfolding of that client in that session. Anything else, Gloria?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. I really appreciated our time together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And so we can all turn on our cameras now. I'm just seeing me, but there we go. Okay. And you can turn on your microphones, any TLC.
Bien, Gloria.
Wow, fantastic.
Thank you.
Gloria.
Oh, Gloria, muy bien.
Gloria. Wonderful.
Fantastico.
Sharing, Gloria.
Fantastico. Wonderful.
Thank you. Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, so we did 3 experiences. Hopefully you begin to get a feel for what we're talking about here. And it's, you know, to me, when I met Milton Erickson, it was like, oh my God, because the best experiences I had when I was a teenager were kind of like this, you know, poetry and, dare I say, psychedelics and music and just a sort of a wildness of consciousness. And I thought, I knew I was going to be a psychotherapist. I knew when I was 8 years old, somebody had to volunteer for that job in my family. And I had an image of what a psychotherapist looked like. And it wasn't pretty. It was a white guy, older white guy. He had a beard and he was smoking a pipe, tobacco. And he had a jacket with patches on it, and he's looking totally emotionally constipated. I see. Tell me more. And I thought, oh man, it just hurts to feel that image. But I thought, that's what you have to be to grow up, right? That's what you have to be responsible. And I was so happy that I met Yoda when I was 19. And Erickson was just a character. He was Yoda. He was like wild. And he was the best in his field, you know, and it was like, I can't believe it. This guy is doing like psychedelic trance, amazing stuff. And he's doing it from a psychotherapist point of view. And I'm so grateful, not only to Erickson, but other teachers I've had that really emphasize the only real hope is to fully be yourself and to open yourself fully to the interconnectedness of all life. That's what we're that's what we stand for in the work that we do. And it starts with ourselves. So hopefully, especially in these 3 days, you get some ways to just think about how to do that effectively and safely. I think once you get some of those positive constraints, it lets you just open up and trust the process. And it's amazing. It's amazing. So we'll end on that note. Thank you for a good day. Get a good rest. You'll need it. And I look forward to day 2 tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Gracias.
Peter boop.
Bye-bye. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Great.